Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome aboard the live sunset safari. And we are starting off with exactly what I was hoping to start off with, elephants at the waterhole. They all just had a bit of a splash, and now they're just dust bathing themselves a bit to maintain that nice looking skin of theirs. My name is Chris, and with me on camera ops is BK. And we're going to try and find some more elephants. We're going to stick around here for a bit. Hopefully some more elephants will arrive, and there is in fact, as we speak, 2 elephant bulls arriving to our right. Look at that, elephant afternoon. Weather-wise, we are looking at a very nice sunny day out here at Pridelands. For those of you who are new to the show, Pridelands is situated in the Greater Balule Conservancy, which in turn form part of the Greater Kruger region. Also, just a reminder that you can send us questions and comments. This is a live and interactive experience. So if you're watching on our app or the website, you can register to send us questions or comments. Even if you just would like to let me know what we can try and find for you today, or just have a chat or a comment. So be sure not to miss out on any moments. And also joining us from the other locations, not far from here, we have Djuma, where Cedric and Lauren will be out. Madikwe, which is far in the northwest of the country. Trish will be operating there, and then obviously myself and BK at Pridelands. We had good afternoon, James. James is looking forward to some sunset action. That makes 2 of us. Well, this is as close to a perfect start as you can get. There's another one. Just digging into that hole that's already been made. See how they loosen the sand and dust with their feet, and then they scoop it up with the trunk. And hey, he's angry at something. And then they throw it onto their body. And like I said, nice warm afternoon here, and we're looking forward to having a great time weather-wise. Some birds, yellow-billed storks. On that note, talking about weather, let's quickly take a look at the weather in all our locations.
Good afternoon, everyone. What a fantastic start we are off to here in Djuma Private Game Reserve. We have the one and only juvenile battalier that we tenderly call Batavia. It is just a lovely little nickname so that we can identify them. We don't know if it's a boy or a girl, and probably won't know actually at all. They will take 8 years to become an adult, and then we probably will no longer see them. But what a great start. Good afternoon. My name is Lauren. Kat is on camera, and we're going to spend a little bit of time with Batavia here. Kind of at an awkward angle up there. She has been in better branches, I'm not going to lie. But the fact, I keep saying she. Why did I just default to she there? It's tricky when you don't know the sex. And you shouldn't say gender when referring to the animal kingdom. That's very much a human society term. It is sex, but we really don't know male or female. And at this stage, it seems very much likely that it's still being fed by mum and dad. And every time that I've seen this happen since I've been here, it seems to be dad. Dad's doing most of the hunting and delivering it to Batavia here. But I really hope you're learning to hunt yourself, little one. You're very good at soaring. I've seen you soar. I've heard you call. But now it's time to hunt. Dale, you're saying you love this juvenile. Me too. Oh, massive juvenile. Yes, massive juvenile. Their chicks develop really quickly. They're big chicks anyway. And then they just become even bigger chicks. Definitely a juvenile. I think the first time this chick was seen was around March. So if you sort of do your calculations, maybe 6 months, give or take. But it's huge. It's the plumage that really gives it away. If you think of an adult batelier, this juvenile looks nothing like it. Completely different plumage. Not yet fully hunting. Very relaxed, always watching, waiting. Got the long tail. Behaves very much like a juvenile as well, but yes, huge. Look at those talons. So what a great start from our side, but for now we're going to send you over to Cedric.
What a brilliant start for this afternoon, as we got a nice herd of elephants that's now just behind. Oh, there's one that's very upset. He's running, he wants to get to the rest of the herd. But wow, what a great way to start this afternoon sunset safari with beautiful herd of elephants here in this drainage line just behind the dam wall, of course, here at Djuma Private Game Reserve in the Sabi Sands, South Africa. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Cedric, and behind the camera with me on Rusty we've got OD. Thanks so much for joining. What a way to start. But yeah, this is what we actually came to follow up on. We came to follow up on buffaloes, and we've also got a herd of buffaloes. Oh, and can you believe a nice herd just relaxing here? But then the elephants came to join us, and now we've got everything happening around just at this one spot. But you can see this herd of buffaloes. They are just calmly standing here on this open clearing on a road called the Center Roll. A beautiful female with some little Birchall starlings running at the bottom, catching all the little insects. It's a warm day today. It's a really warm day today. It is perfect. Come on, eat your grass. You gotta eat your grass. You've got some grass in your mouth there. You gotta finish your food. It looks like multitasking, grooming herself and eating grass at the same time. Jamie, yes, I think it's the same herd as this morning. Must be the same herd that Lauren had this morning. I'm sure this herd came from the east, came all the way west towards the Gurry Dam, and then it looks like they've had their good old drink for the afternoon, and now they're just really taking a little bit of time off and relaxing. As you can see, some of them are lying down, a little calf with a female, another female just giving us the eyeball. So yes, it has been a great start for a drive. I'm trying to figure out where must I look, because I'm looking at these elephants, but they're disappearing now. I think they might be heading over to the dam But we might turn around very shortly to go and see if they do approach the water. Oh, look at this. Nice to have buffaloes, and always, as I say, we've got buffaloes, you're going to have lions coming on as well. Tammy, well, good morning to you. Yes, what a great way to start the afternoon sunset safari, Tammy. Buffaloes, elephants, and sunshine, of course. Can't forget the sunshine. Bit of cloud, but yeah. And of course, these elephants that's still here in the drainage line. Also, a very big, happy birthday to James Richard. Many more for you, and once again, thank you so much for all your insight and knowledge, and yeah, for your support. So happy birthday, James Richard. I'm glad I could get all my rips and Shadulu this morning on your birthday. It is very special.
Are you WildEarth's biggest fan? Well, we have a brand new competition for you. Join our naturalists on Safari Live and listen out for weekly questions. To enter the competition, head over to our Instagram, search #WildEarthFanOfTheMonth and comment your answer under the post. The monthly winner will be determined by the total quickest and most correct answers. We announce our winner at the end of every month. Tune in to Safari Live daily.
Looks like some of them wants to take a little bit of a rest, but there's ones further behind that's moving. I'm sure sooner or later these ones here that's lying down. Well, there's a little calf like flat out past her just to the right. So just take a look there. Lynn, yeah, they've got their eyes on me, of course. Yeah. But look at that little one, that little calf. That calf is passed out. It's feeling very safe. He knows that he's got the whole herd, or she's got the whole herd in the vicinity and doesn't have to really worry too much about a predator for now. Snoozy snooze. When I'm going to get around them, yeah, this is very much a roadblock for the afternoon. As I said, I might have to rethink my route plan.
I knew we just had to wait here for a little bit and we'll have a pool party. And the elephant on the right is none other than Half Trunk. It's an elephant we see a lot out here who, for some reason, lost about 30 centimeters of its trunk. But he seems fine. He doesn't seem to be a handicap from there. You can see that the whole prehensile tip is missing. But he's figured out how to use that remaining part of the trunk to obviously find food. David, wild thing. Indeed a great start. He can start every afternoon with elephants. I'm a happy person. Yeah, this seems to be a good time for animals to come and drink. There's even some birds in between now and the previous segment that arrived and left again. Some yellow-billed stork, there was a grey heron, there's a battalier that flew over. You can hear the grey heron there somewhere. That very sort of like shrill sound. Theo, I have a question for us. If a wound like that, would it heal in such a way that it will close the trunk? I doubt it, basically because it's like a hose pipe. So I suppose you can get to an extent where if it heals with too much proud flesh and so forth, it probably can obstruct it to a certain degree. But in that case, the elephant would have been obviously handicapped in quite a large way. In his case, no, it didn't. It is a bit of a swelling on the tip, which is very likely just proud flesh. But it doesn't seem to...
Invertebrates. Insects. Mollusks. Crustaceans. Millipedes. Arachnids. And myriad others. Some of life's most astounding designs. Some gorgeous, some terrifying, sometimes helpful, always working. For millions of years.
Oh, you can see we've got a nice big buffalo bull that's still lying just to the side of the road. Quite a stunning boy, nice big boss on his head. If we look at males and females differences, first of all, a male is much larger. So a male's size in body, or body size, is around about 900 to 1,000 kilograms. We have females around about 700 kgs. As well, on top of that head, I was talking about a boss, there's horns. The male's got that very thick boss, very kind of a big helmet on its head. Where female's horns is much thinner. She hasn't got that thick horns. As well, at the bottom of his chin, you can see the male's chin. At the bottom, he's got a thing called a dewlap. So that's that skin that hangs at the bottom. The females don't really have that present, just the males. What I want to do now. Some are moving away, some are staying behind. Trying to figure out if they're going to stay this side and put a roadblock here. Because I want to try and get around to see if those lions, those two black dam male lions, did not come north following this herd of buffalo. So apparently they weren't too far from them. But I always say, rule of thumb, in these reserves, if you find buffalo, keep your eyes open, because you might have some tawny cats trailing them. Always possible. And how many times it's happened, especially on my last stint, I had so many buffaloes coming onto Djuma, and due to that we had the Nkuhumas, we had the Talamatis, we had the Mbali pride, so we had like 3 different prides on Djuma, almost in like a 2-3 week period. Alright, while we wait for this roadblock to start dispersing, I think let's head over to Madikwe, as Trishala wants to say good afternoon. Alright, well, you are still with us. Unfortunately, it looks like they just had a little bit of signal issues that side, but I'm sure we will go over to Trish very shortly. But it's alright, we are just going to sit here and watch these buffaloes slowly but surely getting up now, all one at a time, starting to move off. And I think the direction, it seems like they might be heading north towards the northern boundary of Djuma, towards Buffelshoek. But how nice is it just to have these beautiful Cape buffaloes once again here. And I think this herd is about 100. I was working at the other day, I had myself, but 100, 150 of them when we looked, because we've got to see all of them together. KG, what diseases can the buffaloes get from drinking water at these water holes? Oh, KG, I'm not too sure. I know they had an issue with at water holes. There was issues with like anthrax that came through, but not in this area. Further north and into Bots and that, or Zambia, but not all the way into. It came into Kruger, but just to the northern sides. Apparently, it can be carried via water. That's what I've heard and read. But other than that, I'm not too sure. See, your bivone tuberculosis comes more from, of course, feeding around on these grasses as well, like with lions feeding on a buffalo that's got tuberculosis. Alright, I just want to take a look quickly if we can get around here. What do you think, Odie? Is the elephants gone? Oh, they're there. Oh, there they are. Odie's just spotted a grey bum. Yeah, no, that's no. Let's follow these buffaloes. Hey, heading out now. Let's go. Looks like our pathway has been cleared. Let's go. Except for this one old boy.
Do you sometimes imagine what WildEarth would be like without adverts? A chance to properly immerse yourself in nature without any interruptions. Sign up to be an explorer for a small monthly fee and you can truly escape into the wilderness. Ad-free viewing is now available on our app as well as on our website. WildEarth, it's in your nature.
elephants all around. This is amazing. I'm so happy to start off the afternoons with some elephants, and we have a nice big herd, which is always lovely to see. We've been seeing quite a few elephants, but they seem to always be scattered around, you know, 1 or 2, 3 big bulls. But now we have a nice big group here at Madikwe Game Reserve. Hi, it's me, Trishana. I've got Lloyd on camera. We're feeling very strong this afternoon. I saw Lloyd's thumb almost want to go say hi, and then it decided not to, but he says hi. Now they're doing a little bit of dust bathing. The biggest elephant you can see. That's the big bull. Everyone's being a little scared of him at the moment, but tentative as they approach him. Look at this youngster. 2 of them actually. Hello, are you my father? So this bull has been shaking his head a little bit, but not aggressively per se. Just just kind of showing his size and his strength. I'm really interested in this interaction because these 3 that are looking at him there look like young bulls. Now, young bulls, you know, when they come of the age to have to leave the herd, they look for older bulls to kind of help them along, to help them understand what's needed of them, for looking for a bit of guidance. Ray, you think it's going to be an elephant kind of day? That's good for me. Any elephant day is a good day. I'm so interested in this interaction. Usually elephants in an area know each other, whether they're related or not, but most of the time they're distantly related, but they also know who is in the area. Because they can communicate over large distances, it makes sense that they know who's in the area, they know whose voices they're hearing, even if they're overhearing conversations. So very rarely do you get an elephant who's totally unfamiliar to a herd. So it's likely that all these individuals, including those youngsters, either have met this bull before, or know this bull, or are very comfortable because the adults know this bull. And the bull doesn't seem to be behaving badly at all. When I mean behaving badly, I mean causing a disruption by eagerly looking for females in estrus. Hi Stella, you'd like to know from how far they can sense predators. Now with elephants, they're usually using their noses to sniff out predators. So if it's just by sight, then it's just a couple meters. Well, maybe about 20 meters. But using their nose, they can sniff out predators for a little bit more than that. I wouldn't say kilometers. They don't have the nose to seek out kills like, say, a hyena can and follow trails for kilometers. Elephants don't have that type of nose, but there's 2 things we have to think about. So when we think about an olfactory sense, which is your sense of smell, there's how well you can smell in terms of a distance. Like, can you smell that piece of cheese that's, a kilometer away, or only when it's 10 meters away? And then also, can you just tell it's cheese, or can you tell what type of cheese it is? So there's the quality of your sense, but also the quantity, so how far they can smell. And now with elephants, it's more about the quality. So elephants are able to smell whether a plant has released its tannins yet or not. So even before they begin to feed, they're able to smell any of those chemicals that the plants will put out when herbivores have been eating it. What we call volatile chemicals, like terpenes and tannins, because they very easily, because it's called volatile, so it very easily is evaporated into the air, and so it can be smelled by elephants. So they take cues. There we go, causing a bit of trouble there. Trunk reached for the sensitive bits of one of the individuals. So elephants are very good at being able to decipher what it is they're smelling. But in terms of how the distance over which they can smell, it's not as powerful as, say, a hyena. So from smell, going back to your question, to identify a predator, they could over a couple hundred meters, but not over kilometers. If we're talking about what they can hear, we know that elephants can listen to very, very low frequency sounds, and the reason that low frequency sounds travel very long is because the sound waves are very big. So high frequency sounds like a scream or a screech, those wavelengths are very, very short. So that means that any obstacle can block those wavelengths. It can be deflected or disrupted very easily because they're so short. But those long wavelengths of sound don't easily get disrupted. They can travel through the bush, they can travel through big trees because they're so large that the wave will just come back together. And that's why we say that elephants can hear over long distances, because they're listening to those low frequency sounds. So if we think about maybe a lion's roar, where there are a lot of it is audible, to us that is. Perhaps some of it, and I'm sure it is because we feel it when a lion roars, bassy, we feel it. So that's that low frequency sound. I'm sure elephants can pick that up over kilometers. But it's about whether they will react to it. What is the need to react to a predator that's kilometers away? None. Look at the size difference here. It is a wonderful thing to be able to see a big bull, adult bull, and an adult cow next to each other, and you can really see the height difference. Adam, that's an excellent question. Thank you for asking and for joining us this afternoon. You'd like to know, when do elephants stop reproducing? Elephants do not stop reproducing. There are very few, very, very few animals that stop reproducing at a certain age. We are one of those. Others include pilot whales. There are a few others as well. Just wrecking my brain. But the whole idea of menopause, or a period post your reproduction phase, is quite foreign to most animals. It's not something that we see because it doesn't really make too much sense. Very few animals in the wild die of old age. They die from a reduction in condition due to lack of resources or changes in resources, injury, wearing down of the teeth, like with elephants. The majority of animals can continue to reproduce for as long as they are alive. Their ability to carry their young through, as in fetus form, might change. But that, again, has to do with resources, has to do with condition. But biologically, the ability to actually conceive goes for as long as an animal is alive for the majority of animals. Tammy, you say you're loving this elephant interaction. I am too. It's so interesting to see how these young bulls are almost, I don't know how to describe this, almost trying to show themselves to this older bull. You know, like, I'm here, this is me, but I'm not going to get too close, but I also want you to see me, because I'm kind of around that age where mum is not so happy with me around anymore. And my aunts keep shouting at me, so maybe you can help me out. Hi, David Wild Thing. Thank you for joining us. Absolutely, it's awesome to see the different sizes. And when you get a nice big elephant bull in a herd like this, he sticks out. He really, really sticks out. And just at the back there, walking around its mum's legs, we have a calf that's probably about 3 years old. You can see that it's still, still nursing. But its mum is not letting it too much. I think that might have been the one that screamed a little bit earlier. Definitely sounded like the "but I want milk" scream. Young elephants will be weaned between about 3 and 5 years old. Around 3 is most common, but sometimes you do see those up to 5 still screeching and screaming for mum's milk.
Those sounds just go straight through you.
Well, I'm coming slowly to the end of this road. I might just turn back towards those buffaloes. Just have a quick, another little scan in that area. Ooh. If nothing else, I might end up going towards Ingwe Alley and see where we left Marips this morning. I'm just going to go scan that side. Oh, Alka Shadulu was a treat. To see a youngster, oh, we can't wait. I mean, I can't wait. I'm sure it's going to happen anytime soon. As soon as Shadulu makes that kill on Juma, as soon as she's got a kill hoisted up in a tree here, she's going to go back, get a little youngster of 8 months, come back this side, and we'll be able to see them then. So yes, crossing fingers, holding thumbs, everything. Oh.
We are just looping around paid off last night when we were trying to find those lions. You think you're going crazy, but if the animal's mobile, looping around, maybe eventually you're going to get them. So we're just doing a bit of a loop around the property before we head to the hyena den. I haven't been to the hyena den in 2 drives, so I'm definitely overdue a visit there. And the temperature, it looks nice and warm, but to be completely honest with you, it's actually cold. I think I'll be putting my first layer on soon. I'll be finishing up on the 10th, and I really want to try and spend as much time with the Juma clan as possible. But as I always say, it's important not to race there. Just check your own property first, and then we'll take it from there. I would also love to catch up with our leopards. They've been few and far between, until today that is. Why is it getting so cold all of a sudden? But you can also tell us what you want to see. Obviously, if it is within reason, share away. Yvonne. I think for game drive, sorry, I thought I saw something there. This morning's weather was absolutely perfect for me. It's cold, you need to head out of the house with all your layers on, you need to be ready, have lots of coffee, it's fresh, it's crisp on your face, your fingers probably hurt a little bit, but it brightens up really quickly. And although we didn't feel the warmth immediately, the skies were just blue, it was just a beautiful crispy morning. Crispy's a good word, I think. And then of course you start to feel the warmth from the sun, and you start to see that the animals feel that too, and they're relishing it, they're loving it. And then it warms up really nicely. We've had a really nice afternoon. Not summer warm, but winter warm. Definitely better than what we get in the UK. And now it's a little bit cloudy, but generally it's been a lovely afternoon. So I think I prefer that. On the really, really hot afternoons in summer, those can be really tough. If you're in the shade and you've got things to look at, maybe elephants in a pool party or insect, then it's amazing, but it's hot. It can be really sticky, a long afternoon. So I think this morning was really perfect, Yvonne. I loved it. I really enjoyed this morning's drive. But I think it is time for layer number 1 when we stop. But the colder weather means the animals just get moving. Whereas in summer when it's hot, they will be flat. They'll be tucked in the thickest bush in the shade, completely flat. You just know that. looking and slowly head to the hyena den. I believe Cedric has found some elephants.
I agree, Lauren. It is. Or start off the game drive nice and hot, and it stays hot right to the end of game drive. How about that? Look at the little one here. Nice elephants again. Another herd, a little bit further down, not the same herd as we had a little bit earlier towards Gowrie Dam. Elephants all over. I love it. And look at the little one trying to get there with a magic guarri bush, and looks like he's trying to get in there and trying to get some nice little young branches for himself or herself. Can't see if it's a male or female. A little bit difficult when they're young. Like when they get older, you'll find easier with the female's head. It's got very much like an angle on top, where a male's very round. But when they're young, male and female, they're both round. As you can see, this female, if you look on top of the head, well, you can't see nicely now, but if she does turn her head sideways, you'll see that, there you go, you can see a little bit on that top there. They're like flat on top and then comes straight, almost practically straight down. For the male, very round. There you go. Is that your little calf with you? Okay, well, you're going to move. I'm sure that little one's going to try and follow. Maybe give us some attitude very soon. Well, maybe she's going to move this tree as dead sticks. No? Oh, she's going to move this. Watch out what she's going to move. Maybe she's going to move this whole branch. Sometimes they move the entire branch to get to the nice green grasses at the bottom. It looks like she's not bothered. She's going right through. I wonder what she's busy feeding on there. It looks like a... What is that? I can't see exactly what tree or bush. Maybe a monkey orange, but no, it's not a monkey orange. Or it could be. The little one's coming out closer here, Odie. Watch this one. Still got little hairs on top of the head as well. Hello. He's enjoying the little forbs that's coming up. You've got a leaf that's stuck right on top of your head as well. Yes. Maybe you need to remove that leaf. It's stuck between the little hairs. Cute. Yes, going up to investigate. Hello. Hello. Ooh. Good mom's backing in. Hello. Terry, yeah, there is a certain, sometimes you can smell, especially with the dung, elephant dung. You can pick up on the smell of elephants through the dung itself. It's got a specific smell, same as like buffalo or rhino or hippo or lion. Each one's got like a specific smell. So if the elephants have just passed through and they've offloaded a lot of dung, you can pick up on that very quickly. It's like with body wire, like if I have to smell now, I can't smell an elephant at all. Unless you're a little bit downwind and one lets off a little bit of gas, you might pick up on that. This youngster, this little calf is very relaxed with us. Maybe like about 2.5, 3 year old. Flapping those ears, keeping nice and cool for the afternoon. Wandering off by itself. But of course Mom is keeping a close eye. Mom is right next to us as well. So she is keeping a close eye on that little one. You can enjoying this tree quite a bit. Eating machines just continuously eating for like the whole, or practically almost the whole day. Oh, keeping still, listening out. Oop. Oh, yes, we can see you. Oh, I know you, don't worry. Curling that trunk now, just sniffing the air. Your calf is just to the side of you, Mommy. Your calf is here, don't worry. You can look at her, she's looking for a calf. There you go, head up. Where's my calf? Where's my youngster? Straight. Straight to a youngster. Making sure that the youngster is very safe. There you go. Now, Tammy, we can watch elephants all day. I fully agree with you, Tammy. It is such a gentle giant, and they're very easy to read. You know, one thing an elephant, they show their emotions. They show if they're angry. They show if they're stressed out. They show if they're happy. They all, they show their emotions. I mean, they've got big ears. They've got a trunk, and every emotion they use, either the trunk or the ears, even lifting the head up like that, as an emotional, how can I say, a sign. There's buffalo straight ahead of us, coming this side as well. Looks like the buffaloes are coming towards us now. We're going to just pan away them, and we're just going to go look straight down the road. You can see they're coming straight east, so they didn't not go north. I thought they were going to go north, but it looks like they rather want to go east.
Do you love relaxing at a waterhole with the sights and sounds of Africa all around you? Well, we have some really exciting news for you. From August 1st, Africam is joining forces with WildEarth to bring the majesty of Africa right into your living room with 9 incredible new waterhole cameras from across South Africa and Kenya. Get ready to embark on a new journey. This is Live at the Waterhole.
Or it's just trying to put a mask on. No, it's just standing. Yeah, so it's very important that they get to mud. Hi there, Betty. Thank you so much for that comment. Amazing shots. Amazing close-ups from BK. BK is giving a thumbs up in appreciation. And now it's eating time. No. First, sand. What's he going to do? Yeah, he's just scratching a bit there with the trunk now. Get that mud into all the little armpits. And off he goes. Now the old guy is just moving. I think he wants to get to the sandy spot to try and cover himself with a bit of sand, especially on the back, and that's more of a sunscreen. Carol wants to know, why do they lose their hair as they grow older? Carol, as they grow older, they sometimes fall out. They also rub it off. Remember, young baby elephants are small creatures, so therefore their surface area is quite large compared to their weight, which means they actually lose body temperature quicker, so they don't do much mud bathing. Obviously, as they grow up, that ratio becomes distorted. So then, even though they're massive creatures, but their weight ratio to surface area increases. And generally speaking, the bigger the animal, the more difficult it becomes to get rid of body heat, and therefore a lot more bathing in mud, a lot more rubbing it off, and so forth. And also the babies do need a little bit of hair to also help them retain some body heat. So the babies lose their body heat very quickly. The adults struggle to get rid of body heat. Therefore a lot more bathing, a lot more mud pool antics and so forth. They actually still do have hair. They just like cut short, by the rubbing, after mud. But it's very coarse, sparsely covered hair. So much so it'll never actually, even in baby elephants, it never really forms a proper coat. Talking about rubbing. Just targeting a tree there. Rub the forehead. He's just moving out. Very likely to go and find food. After his little beauty treatment. See how easily they can disappear. Look at that. That grey colour of theirs is a typical background colour. If you look at this particular scene, it's a very typical background colour, and therefore they merge with that. Anyway, we're going to move on, try and find something else. Well, Cedric's also on the move, so let's go over and see what his plans are.
Thank you, Chris. Yes, I've just left those elephants and the buffalo now because I just want to come and do a little bit of a loop around this area just to see if those two male lions did not follow or come up into Djuma, didn't come further into Djuma today. So that's my plan here at the moment. I'll end up going around and end up with those buffaloes again a little bit later on, but for now I'm just gonna do a little bit of a scan around the area. And I'm just gonna go along the Mulwati, with the drainage line known as Mulwati. I'm just gonna see if I pick up on tracks that side. Yes, now I've got my now my fleece is off again. It just shows you. It was hot and then it got cold when the clouds came in. Now it's like it's hot again. So yeah, it's going to be on and off all day long, I think, until tonight, until the sun really sets, and then it's going to get cold. That's why I like just heat from the start to the end. Then it's one temperature, or not one temperature, but it's hot. Haley, no, I won't just attract any pride. I mean, if it's a pride's territory, if it's the coalition's territory, yes, of course they're going to come into the area. So they won't just come in and you know, because there's buffaloes here, well, I'm going to come from the Kruger Park and come all the way in. No, if it's like where we are now, it's Telemati Breakaway, it's Northern Kuhumas. Well, we've had the Imbalis as well up into this area, so it could be either of those prides. We had all three of those prides in that area, specific area, so you know, that's very possible if they are around, but maybe the Telemati breakaways are around. Just haven't really seen much tracks. And a few of our roads have been fixed today. So of course the tyres have been dragged along the roads, which is very good, very important. So of course our roads are in mighty fine condition. And thanks to, of course, the Djuma team helping us out on that one. Some of these roads are looking a little bit worst of wear for the last few months due to all the rain. So, but now, due to dragging tyres on the road, a lot of if there are any tracks this morning, of course we won't find those tracks, but that's no problemo. At least we know if we do find tracks on a dragged road, it's going to be fresh tracks. And I'm talking about dragged road, in other words, they drag tyres. And why they do that is just to harden it, harden the soil or the sand on top of the road itself, and as well to level it out. Property management, road management, bush management is always very important here in the reserve. When I was working at all the lodges, bush clearing, bush packing, road maintenance was a thing. Every single day we would, after breakfast, we would go out for an hour and a half, and then we would go and try and fix as many roads as possible. Anyway, while we're going to continue this side, let's head over to Lauren to see what's happening on her safari.
Oh, it is an absolute joy to drive on the dragged roads. Some areas are still a little bit bumpy, but those smooth areas are an absolute joy. I just want to check in at our little pan here of Twin Dams and see if anything is happening down that side. You can get some really nice birds here. Twin Dams is normally a little bit boring, to be honest, but the twin of Twin Dams, the other one, is where it gets interesting. Do we have anyone lurking around? A lot of people ask during summer what happens to the nests that the weavers make during summer. And you can see they're all still hanging. And we have had really bad weather. We've had a lot of rain in winter. It's cold, it's blustery. Not quite had thunderstorms, but you can see a lot of them are still hanging there. They're really robust in nature, and even when you actually grab one, I used to try and find one on the ground and show it to you all and tear it apart. It's so intricately woven that it's really difficult to tear apart. Eventually, through weathering and sort of the fact that they're organic material, they will just biodegrade and they'll just drop into the water. But a lot of them are hanging on for dear life. You can see that one up the top that had obviously been started and then abandoned for some reason. That's how they start. Like a little swing.
It's a 2-bedroom.
Huh?
It's got 2 bedrooms.
So apparently this one has 2 bedrooms. Thank you, Chad. So yes, that one does have 2 bedrooms. Ah, dear. They will eventually disappear. There needs to be space for the new ones to come in when summer rolls around once again. Normally we see lots of birds here. It's very quiet today. Okay, we're slowly getting there. We're slowly getting towards the hyena den. But for now, let's check in with Trishala.
Possible things. Speaking of dens, we are in an area where this morning there were reports of a leopardess with some cubs. And that's why we're looking at this rocky outcrop here. So apparently this is where she was. And she could possibly, she's somewhere around here. It's just a matter of whether we can find her, or whether she's hidden in the shady bits. It's going to be so difficult to spot her, but we're going to wait and see if we can find any movement, because that's our best bet at this point. She wouldn't go out hunting at this time of day, but she might sit away from the den. We all know how leopard mums can get a little irritated by the cubs sometimes, and so they just, well, not just leopard mums, hyena mums too, and then they sit away from the den as to not attract too much attention from their cubs. Pretend that they're not there anymore. So now we're looking at some possible holes. That's a goodie. There's some very nice ones here actually. But we're sitting tight and hoping that she comes out. Hi Nolene, you'd like to know how many leopards I know of in Madikwe? I only know of 2 at least here in the east. Well, I suppose maybe 4 now that this comes around, but only 2 adults that I know of in the east. There's a male for which we saw tracks a couple days ago, and then there's this female. But the leopards in this area are so elusive. They're not habituated like they are in the Sabi Sand, so there are way more leopards than we can actually see. We even have the opportunity to get to know. In the west, there's probably some more leopards. Remember, this is a huge reserve. Madikwe is 75,000 hectares. So there's space for lots of leopards, but also their territories are going to be larger than they are, say, in the Sabi Sand, because the territories need to encompass other leopards of the opposite sex, but they most importantly need to encompass resources. So there needs to be enough prey, there needs to be enough trees, shady spots. Resources come in all shapes and forms depending on that animal's needs. So if there's an abundance of water or water sources, of nice trees, drainages like there is in the Sabi Sand, then those territories can be much smaller because everything they need is right there. But in an area like this where it's more arid, there are fewer trees, territories need to be larger. Well, we're going to sit tight and just hope, because it'll be amazing to share this with you. And I'm going to send you back over, I think, to Cedric. I didn't quite catch it, but whoever it is, they're on the move.
Welcome to Africam, your window to Africa's wild spaces. Immerse yourself in the captivating sights and sounds of nature. With our high-definition cameras, you'll feel like you're right there, in the heart of the action, where every moment is a surprise waiting to unfold. Join our global community of wildlife enthusiasts as we witness nature's drama unfold in real time.
Alright, let's head back to God's Gurry Dam. I think let's pop our nose in there once again just to see. And then we'll take it from there. Once I get to the dam. What do you think, Heidi? Good idea. Sit there for like 15 and just take a look, listen out. Never know, maybe it pops out, huh? You can do it. Yeah, well, those buffaloes are now. Those buffaloes should be around that side now.
Quiet days at the dam. We've got Miss and Tima here, I think, although I can't really see a face, and that's it. Unless June and Junebug are round the corner, that's also completely possible. And I know this is not an ideal viewing position, but it's a little bit tricky for signal at this stand. And the angle that we've got right now is actually quite nice when Intima sits up, and of course we've got a view of the entrance. So although our face is covered right now, we're just going to work with it. And I'm just scanning around to see. I didn't see Junebug the other day either. Where are they? Don't get me wrong, I don't think anything bad has happened. Just curious as to where they are. And you know, I got asked the other day by someone a really interesting question. It was with regards to hyenas. And it was, do you think you can fully understand an animal 100%? And I thought that's such a good question, because I think a lot of us animal lovers, really do want to. We'll do all the research, we'll read all the literature, every textbook. We'll try our very best to understand that animal because we love them. Not everyone is an animal lover, but a lot of people are. But still, no matter how much we learn, we'll actually never understand that animal 100%. And I also think we have to accept that. Even with humans, think about the person that's closest to you, your partner, or your best friend, or maybe your kid. Take Davi, for example. Many of you know he's my partner. If Davi had a really sore knee, I would give him lots of sympathy. Like, oh, I'm so sorry. Like, I'm so sorry you've got a sore knee. Make him a cup of tea. Maybe even something to eat and some medicine so that he can feel better. I'd give him lots of empathy. I'd sort of say, I understand what you're going through. I understand you're in pain. I had a sore ankle once. I get it. I understand. But do I? I am not him. And as much as I feel so sorry for him and I want to understand, at the same time, I will never know what it is like to be him, even although he is my closest person. We think differently. We're different sexes, different hormones, different emotions, different physiology, different ways of understanding pain, different tolerances. So how can we ever really understand an animal? I'll try my best. I can relate, but I'm still not fully understanding. We still don't even understand each other as individual humans. How can we understand animals? And definitely, Kylie, of course, spending time with an animal, experiencing them is much better than reading. Of course, I mean, that goes without saying, really. But not everyone has the option to sort of spend time with that animal or has access to... Well, I guess that's what WildEarth is here for. We're trying to connect you to the animal, get you to spend time with them, experience them, Yes, it is done digitally, but it's the best we can do. But still, we'll never ever really know. I thought that's quite a fascinating question because we want to. The desire is there, but the ability will never be because it's not meant to be. We can understand the A, B's and C's of animals, but that is about it. We can watch them day in, day out, understand the basic of the clan, the behavior, the biology, but there's a lot missing. It's really easy to misunderstand an animal, but it's also very difficult to understand an animal. Baby hyena, I would love to answer your question. I really would, but I have no idea. I haven't been here the past 2 drives, and I couldn't possibly even begin to guess. I think they could literally just be around the other side of the den. Sometimes we come here and Tima and June are just very much giving each other space. And she could literally be around the corner. I'll obviously check in a bit, but I don't think it's a cause for concern just yet. But if we don't see Junebug at all this afternoon, then it's definitely a possibility, baby hyena. I wouldn't fully see why, but it is a possibility. Normally Junebug comes running to greet you. Melissa, this den gets 10 out of 10 from you. I'm not sure what I would give it out of 10. I do like it, but the entrance is very deep. It's difficult to see what's going on. And obviously it is on Little Gowrie. So it's not getting 10 out of 10 from me, but it is a very nice looking den. Philemon's Dip Den too. It's the perfect den, in my opinion. That's a 10 out of 10. I'll maybe give this one 7. And maybe we'll get view of the cup today. Maybe today's going to be that day if Intima decides to get up. But I promise I'll look for Junebug. I think sometimes we always want to jump to the worst conclusions, but it's best not to. Very often June takes them around the corner. Probably trying to get him to settle down and calm down and just relax. Mildred, you are asking, do they use multiple dens at once? They can do, in terms of you can have the communal den and you can have different natal dens. Then, once the clan gets big and there are multiple cubs all running around, the situation like what happens at Philemon's Dip Den 2 can happen. So there are 3 dens on Taxon's Road in a row. There's actually 4. And once the cubs start to get older and they know each of the dens, they'll start running between them. Because the bigger ones want to explore, the smaller ones are a little bit den bound, and they'll run between 1, 2, 3 and 4. So yes, they can use multiple dens at once, depending on the size of the clan and the number of cubs, Mildred. But in this case, I wouldn't have assumed that June would move Junebug. I wouldn't have thought that. Oh, and Tima. But maybe she's not. Maybe Junebug is somewhere. Please do not worry. I think we're just used to always seeing him causing havoc. And of course, I've not been here in 2 drives, so I am feeling a little bit behind the times. feel bad when I'm not at the den for half a day. I miss them. Okay, it goes without saying, we're going to sit here a little bit longer.
Not everyone gets excited to hear a leopard chuff, spot a pangolin, or see a real impala rat. But if you are wild about the wild, you can become part of a community of like-minded nature lovers and share authentic wildlife experiences with the world. Join the Explorers Club and you will also enjoy the many benefits that come with it too. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
All right, well, if you have just joined us on our sunset safari, I want to just say thank you for joining us. And as you can see, we are sitting at Gari Dam, and we've had some amazing sightings so far this afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Cedric, and behind the camera on Rusty, we've got Odie. So yes, if you just joined us, thanks for joining. I'm going to give you a quick recap of this afternoon's drive. Well, so far we've had elephants, we've had buffaloes here on Djuma, and up there in Pridelands, Chris as well, he was sitting with some amazing elephants, a big elephant bull that was enjoying a mud bath, and Madikwe, Trishala, she also had some amazing elephants. Yes, great afternoon so far, but many more things to see. All right, so now we've got a new thing. We've got now the fan of the month. Now, the fan of the month is all based by, of course, every single week we are going to send a question and to all the viewers, because we just want to acknowledge everybody's participation and comments that you've sent through to us during the week and watching all the sunsets and sunrise drives. So of course every question, one question per week, is going to be based on the entire week's safari. So today is our first question for the fan of the month. Of course, that's for August. So the first question for this week, and that is from the 1st of August until this morning's game drives. And I grabbed one interesting thing that happened during this week. So listen out very carefully. This is the question. All right, so the question is, well, Lauren was sitting with a beautiful leopardess the other day, old Tlalamba, and all of a sudden she saw two hyenas mating. Now, the question is, which hyenas were mating on that day? Which hyenas did Lauren view that was mating? Which characters? If you can give me those names of the 2 hyenas, well, please send it through. So yes, that is the first question for Fan of the Month. It's going to be so interesting. So that's why it make sure that you guys at home or wherever you're watching, make sure that you are watching our sunrise and sunset safaris, so you can send or can see all the interesting things happening, as well as pick up on what we're saying. And then of course next week we'll send another question through. All right, yes, Fan of the Month. Woo! All right, well, we are still at Gary Dam. Oh, there was an old monitor that just dived in there. All right, well, we're going to continue. Let's head over to Lauren as she's sitting with some hyenas.
Look who we found. That's why it's important not to worry. They're just round the corner having their own little moment. And thank goodness, because I haven't visited in 2 days. The last time I was here, we didn't see Junebug. And I also visited with Polly in the middle of the day and we didn't see Junebug. But they're here. So they haven't moved in, thank goodness. It benefits the hyenas, the mothers and the offspring, to have a communal den. Safety, it occupies the hyenas, the young ones. It probably stimulates them interaction-wise. It brings everyone together as that meeting point for the clan. Normally, there is always an adult here. So if you fancy a little bit of a break from the clan, it's fine. And Tima's here. You can just leave. Babysitter, security guard. So it wouldn't really benefit Junebug at this stage, who's been remarkably quiet and well behaved, to be moved to another den. He's going to really enjoy playing with Ntima's little one once it's ready. It's a bit too small right now. And it's a hub-up of activity. Every social animal has to have a social gathering. They have to interact. They have to socialize. So I'm glad that little Junebug's here. Hello, Junebug. You haven't even lifted your head. Are you fast asleep? Possibly he's not seen June in a few days. Possibly he's hungry, ravenous. I have to say, it's so wonderful being able to come to this den. Sorry, got something stuck in my throat. But it is one of the quietest dens I've ever experienced. In terms of visitors and adults, it's not that busy. Sorry, I'm going to have a drink of water. Catherine, you're saying you're so glad we don't understand everything. That would be boring. Absolutely. I completely agree with that. Imagine if we just knew everything. June's not impressed by that either. We would just take everything for granted. There wouldn't be that thirst for knowledge and that passion to learn more. Hi, June. It separates us, but even as individual humans, it separates us. Even when you think you know someone, you really don't. We only really know ourselves, and we only really know what we accumulate from our sensory input. We only see what we see, we only hear what we hear, we only feel what we feel. Is that an accurate representation of the world? Maybe not. But it's our own representation. It's our own world. Every person is experiencing their world in their own unique way, and it's quite mind-blowing when you think about that. I once read, the only person that knows yourself is you. No one else knows you. Your mom knows you as, well, for me, her daughter. So she'll see me as a daughter. Davi will see me as a partner. My brother will see me as a sister. Twins see me as an auntie. And all of those different ways of looking at who Lauren is, they're all different. So none of those people that I mentioned see me in the same way. Hopefully it's all positive, but it's not the same. They all have their own unique version of Lauren. And I'm just using myself as an example. Obviously, you can use yourself as an example. The only person that really knows Lauren is Lauren. So there are multiple versions of me out there. Isn't it crazy when you think of it like that? You know you, so you just assume everyone else knows you, but they don't. They only know their perception of you. I find that quite mind-blowing. So does June. Oh, June, you look very tired. Rachel, you're saying the paw on the baby, your heart, pulling at your heartstrings. Got quite big paws, Junebug. Obviously small compared to June's, but they're quite big when you see them stand up. Gonna be a decent sized male. June's trying to hide from us. We can still see you, June. That's just adorable. I don't know what to do now because we have no visual of Intima where we are. So we have this cute scene, but Intima's also behind us, and I also want to see when she gets up for her cute scene. Or maybe just have to jump between the two. So I'm going to stay stationary for quite a while, but let's go to Cedric on the move.
All right, nice, Lauren, sitting with those hyenas. All right, so there is a little bit of confusion on where to answer that question that I just sent through for Fan of the Month. So just go take a look at the posts on our social media with the hashtag WildEarth Fan of the Month. Hashtag WildEarth Fan of the Month. Just hashtag that and take a look, and on our social media, and then you can answer that question through that hashtag. Yes, indeed. Just take a look at the social media. Gonna be very interesting. So yeah, I feel that might have been a little bit of an easy question. I think it might have been a bit of an easy question, but maybe not. Depends if you have been watching, and then you would know. Alright, I've left Gowrie Dam. I'm going up north. I'm going to do Buffels or Cutline. I'm going to go and take a look a little bit on the northern sides here just to see what's happening, and head a little bit west to where we left Shudulu this morning. That female leopard, I just want to see if she might be around still in the area. Not too sure, but I am going to go and do a little bit of a scratch around in that side, on the western side. Barry, I'm not too sure if all birds will have the ability to alert for predators. I'm not 100% on that. Maybe some of them will just fly off. I don't think a dove, I've never heard a dove going crazy due to a predator. So I don't think all birds have that ability. There might be certain ones that we can hear. But I have not heard. Oh, there's a Birchall's cuckoo. A Birchall's cuckoo. A little bit of a. Don't fly away. Oh, I hear some elephants there as well. A Birchall's cuckoo. There he goes. Oh, thank you. In the open. How beautiful is that? The beautiful red eye. If you look carefully, they've got the red eyes. Looking for little insects, chameleons, and they're always flying in these low shrubs, always hanging around in the thick areas. Also known as the rain bird. So when you start hearing them, then you know the rain is on its way. Birchall's cuckoos. And he's going to go into the thicket, and that's just typical their habitat, thick stuff. Okay, yes, the rainbird, long time no see. It's nice seeing these Birchall's cuckoos. They've got the black cuckoo as well, but I've never seen the black cuckoo. Never seen one of those. They're on my bucket list. It's completely black, hence the name Black Cuckoo. Ah, he's gone. You got him there. Oh, you got him there. I don't know what he's doing in there, but he's in search of something, some kind of food source. Just see that long tail sticking out. What are you doing behind there, buddy? Oh, he's gone.
Did you know that the WildEarth team makes weekly behind the safari content? Would you like to get to know the WildEarth family better? See how we live.
This is Igor's bedroom.
Learn about our production process. And see the antics that happen off camera. Sign up to be an explorer and you will get access to all this content and more.
Unforgettable adventure in the wild? Imagine living with the animals you see on TV while getting an inside look at how a live safari TV show operates. We're thrilled to offer this experience through our 7, 14 and 28-day EcoCam experiences. You'll live in the charming, rustic eco-training camp at Pridelands in the Greater Kruger National Park. Each day, you'll join the broadcast vehicle with a camera operator and naturalist presenter as they broadcast live onto WildEarth, the 24/7 wildlife television channel that reaches 7 million people a month. And the experience doesn't stop there. You'll also get a taste of what it's like to be a safari guide. Eco-training has been training Africa's leading safari guides for over 2 decades. You'll participate in guide training, bushwalks, bush clearing and other activities alongside students in the Eco-Training Safari Guide Group. You'll sleep out in the bush and take turns at guard duty with the guiding students. This is an adventure you'll never forget. Come and join us for the bush experience of a lifetime.
Both June and Junebug are so still right now. I think they're sleeping. Deep sleep. June's probably thinking, yes. Oh, he's squeezing out the milk there. Very similar to what the cats do. He's doing the same thing. Push, push, push to get more milk. It was interesting watching him lick the blood off June and Intima the other day. So he's definitely got a taste for that. It really excited him naturally. And even though it's a very small taste, he's definitely had a taste. But it really takes about 2 years for their little jaws to spring into action and ready to sort of crush bones and eat the tough stuff. Although they've got really sharp teeth, their jaws are still quite weak and haven't fully developed in terms of the bone and the muscle structure until about 2 years. It's a long time, and that's another reason that they drink milk of mum for so long. 1.5 years. Royal, not sure if you're asking about me or WildEarth, but I have been on Juma since 2018. Obviously, I've moved around a bit. I've spent a long sort of periods of time in Madikwe. I spent a long period of time in Amakala, even in the Masai Mara, but Juma has always been the base. And I've been here since 2018. So I've seen this clan undergo many changes. I knew June when she had 2 perfect ears. Now she has 1 floppy ear, which is a bit of a shame, but it makes it really easy to identify her. And I've been following the clan as much as I can. I took over from other naturalists that were also unbelievable at the hyena clan. And we really know a lot about them. That's a remarkable thing that we do. Again, going back to my earlier topic, we don't know everything. And like Catherine said, we don't want to really. We'll never know what it's like to be that animal, but we just have to appreciate for what it is. But we try and learn what we can. There's so much we miss with these animals. It doesn't help that they're primarily nocturnal. And that's when we're in our beds. Madikwe has this huge network of cameras. I have never seen anything like it in my life. And I actually became really good friends with one of the sort of head APU ecology guys there. And he took me in and showed me the computer room. Unbelievable, the amount of cameras. And of course, it's protection for the reserve. They have a really high population of animals that, could be in danger. But those cameras catch lots of things. Yes, you have to be careful where you step off the vehicle for a little break there. But aside from that, they catch lots of animal activity, lots of things moving, behaviors, things that we don't see because they catch it during the night. It's remarkable. I wish we had that here. I'm going to turn around and check in with Intima, but you guys are going to check in with Trish.
Just lost comms again. Do you have comms? Okay, just lost it again. Should come back now. We just lost Jarrett at the perfect moment there, our director Jarrett, of course, and now I just got the live, so I'm hoping, well, all you would have heard was me saying, I don't know, do we have comms? But we are still sitting here in this area where there's a leopardess with her 2 cubs, and this is the exact spot. So we're just waiting patiently for her to pop out. We are like at the max of the camera's capabilities. But I'm still pretty impressed. It got us very close to the den entrance. And now it's just a patience game. Now, I don't know about you, but I would love to see a Madikwe leopard, and even more so, I would love to see a Madikwe leopard plus 2 cubs. Yes, please, and if it means I've got to really make sure my patient's pants are very tight and they're belted on, then so it shall be. I would love to share with you the experience of seeing a leopard in Madikwe and 2 cubs. So I'm going to sit here. Give it a little bit of time. Additionally, there are some impala that we can't see right now, but they were towards the bottom of this koppie. Mountainy little hill, or rocky little hill rather, and we were hoping that maybe the impala will draw some of its attention, the leopard's attention, that is. That's my waiting for a leopard face. Lloyd, don't zoom in on me. I can see when cam-ups do that. I'd be very, very excited though, but I'm feeling a little bit sick because I've been just staring out of the binos for a long time now. Paul, you think a Madikwe leopard would be fantastic? It really would. A Madikwe leopard would be amazing. So yeah, like I said, the impala at the bottom, please excuse our canopy there. It's an awkward position, but we're trying our best to to find that small gap between the pole of the canopy and the top of the canopy where we can see the den entrance. I can tell you we're looking in the exact right spot. It's just a matter of, will she pop out? Won't she pop out? Just have to wait and see. I'm really hoping though that something catches her attention so she comes out. That's the spot. Now I'd like to see some spots in the spot. Like I said, gonna be patient, gonna sit tight, I'm gonna hope for the best because I'd love to share a Madikwe leopard with all of you.
Stay up to date with the latest happenings at WildEarth. Discover what goes on behind the scenes and get a weekly recap of the best moments on the channel.
He's got it! And he's straight up a tree!
Sign up to be an explorer and receive our newsletter written just for you and sent straight to your inbox every week. WildEarth Explorers, a club for people who are passionate about nature.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
So basically, you'll have 1,000 impala in the area and 4 or 5 leopards. You know what I mean? That's the, you know. And some herds will go for months without having or losing a herd member. You know, so it's the number game. The number game is what they play. I mean, if you look at one leopard, the biomass that they need to consume, if they only eat impala, a leopard will need 26 impalas in a year. But remember, leopards do not only feed on impala. They eat anything. So one leopard might catch 10 or 12 impalas a year, for instance. Some more, some less. So the chance of any individual to be taken is quite low because of the numbers involved.
Alright, we've got some vervet monkeys alarm calling here at pretty much in our camp area. I'm just trying to take a look. I'm just going to go around to Gallego Pan just to take a look. Looks like those vervet monkeys are looking directly north of our camp. So I just want to see what they do, what they are seeing in this area, because I'm a little bit bamboozled trying to see if I can get them again. Unfortunately, I'm trying my best to do a little bit of listening out and tracking here, but I'm not getting that chance. But yeah, let's see. Maybe at Gallego Pan. Let's double check. Well, the road has been now recently almost like graded, so if I do see a track here now. Alright, let's see, where is Yeah, let's take a look. Yeah. I might just stop again and listen out. Still, I can hear it calling. I was looking straight inside here. Let's quickly go. Let's go up to this deck. Alright, I'm going to go up there. It looks like it's calling right here. It's looking inside here. We're not getting in there to find it, but let's see. Unfortunately, there's only we can find it. There is a drainage. See anything this side here? I don't know, look where exactly. Oh, they're going crazy there. I'm not going to get a chance to find this, but anyway. Yeah, bad timing here. I'm going to sit here quickly and listen. Hear that? Very difficult to now take to look exactly where this leopard is, because I saw the monkeys are looking directly into this drainage line. And I hear the bird calling as well, so sometimes they hug this drainage line all the way through the camp area. I think let's reverse and try and see if we can look at that monkey. Yeah, I think let's try and let's try and see if we can look at this monkey. I think that's going to be the best, because we're not getting a chance to. I can't get a chance to get off now and look, but we'll just rather be on the vehicle and see if we can see that monkey from where we are now. Are we going to see it? Are we going to see it? That's the thing. Alright, well, we're going to get the chance to try and find this this leopard. I'm sure it's a leopard. Let's head over to Pridelands.
Now they're moving slowly but surely into the open. They spend much of their day here. Even the evenings they come and spend here. It's good quality grass, mostly bushveld signal grass on this plain. They're relatively good grass, but very palatable, so they eat it. You can see they've cropped it down to a very low level, effectively creating a grazing lawn. So even with a bit of dew into this time of the year, still you would get the occasional green leaf coming through, which is high quality fodder for them. And then obviously from a visibility perspective, they can see a predator approaching. Tina is asking if any animals have specific alarm calls for specific predators. Tina, yes, I believe so. I have seen monkeys having a different pitch for certain things. When I see like an eagle or a leopard, there's definitely a difference in pitch and intensity. And the same with impala. The intensity is different when there's certain predators. Like hyenas, they might give one or two snorts. They're not too fazed by hyenas. And when they see a leopard close by, the intensity is raised when they alarm and they call like that. These guys are super relaxed at the moment. There's nothing that's bothering them at the moment. They're just filling up the bellies with grass, and good quality grass, that is. Oh, it's nice just to sit in the sun like this, BK. Summer it's not so nice. See, some of them have filled up their first stomach, or the rumen. They're going to lie down and chew the cud now. And there's usually about 2 or 3 herds that associate with this plain. A question from Jackson, who's asking if impalas will feed on all the grasses. Jackson, not all of them. There are certain grasses that they don't eat. It's either very tall and coarse grasses, very fibrous, like the thatching type of grasses. There's even some grasses with strong aromatic properties, like stinking grass, Patria clover, for instance. It's got this sort of like lemony odor to it. Contains quite a decent amount of limonene. It gives it a citrusy, lemony kind of odor, and they tend to avoid that. They do show a preference for certain grasses, depending on where they occur. It's all about what's available. But they do utilize a very wide range of grasses. For instance, if they've depleted this bushveld signal grass on this plain, they'll happily revert back to the woodlands and eat other stuff. Extremely hardy creatures when it comes to their choice of food. Quite a wide variety of foods they consume.
Chatting around the fire is an ancient practice that has connected humanity for centuries, and we want to keep it alive in our modern age. As an explorer, you'll have access to intimate gatherings with our naturalists, fascinating guests, and experts where we share knowledge, insights, and stories around a crackling fire. Rediscover the power of connection. Sign up to be an explorer today and experience the magic of WildEarth's Fireside Chats.
Just turn my game drive radio. Oh, let's actually put it off while we watch. The bush is so quiet at the moment. It's that quiet before the bush comes alive around sunset. You know, a different part of the bush starts coming alive. I really enjoy that transition, the transition from the day to the night, or from the early morning to the bright sun of the day. It really helps me really take in the bush, you know, all parts of the bush. Just like sitting patiently, or there being action, whatever it is. Connect with nature. It's our mission as WildEarth to connect people with nature. Something that's dear to me as well, personally. If you'd like to help WildEarth out with this mission, please head over to our website and go over to the donations tab. That should have been the cue for the leopardess to appear. No, I think the time is coming. I think our patience is going to pay off, and it's going to be worth it.
The hyena Jane got busy, I'm afraid, so we've decided to come and check on our gorgeous boys, the black dam males, who, might I add, have not moved since this morning. Maybe a meter. They have slept here on the boundary line all day. Now we're getting a little bit active, but otherwise, it is 4:45 in the evening here. And they have slept all day, as they should. They probably had a busy, cold night. The vehicle traffic on our southern boundary line is heavy. It's also used by delivery trucks and all sorts of movements, and here they are, not even moved. And it's really fascinating what's going on with our male lions right now. The Avoca coalition is obviously disbanded. It's only Mohawk that remains, who's been hanging around with the Nkuhumas, his sons, I believe. Then you've got the S8 male who's been hanging around with the Talamati breakaways. We had the Talamati breakaways last night. We didn't see the S8 male, but we were tracking the pride, and there was a big male track in with the pride. So he was either following them or lagging behind. Or he was there and we just didn't see him. And then we've got these boys. Who seem to just be roaming, covering large areas. But they're gorgeous, you know. The Mahiwa, the blonde mane Mahiwa in Madikwe is really blonde. I know that's his name, but he is. He's very light. And then you think of those males that are very, very dark. Mohawk's a bit orangey. These boys are very caramel. They're very, got a lovely, lovely coloration. But I'm hoping we do get some movement out of them. I've tried to time it so that we get some movement. Gorgeous. Just like fudgy caramel flavor. I'm so tired. And then we've also got that nomadic male that I forgot about, I think, called Wonky. They fall and you think they look so soft. Do you know, they probably are. I've never touched a lion. I wouldn't want to. But I think they would be very soft. Even the mane, all the way down. I think they would be soft. Hyena. Hyenas are incredibly soft, and the only reason I've touched one is Swazi. Many of you will know back in the day when we thought Swazi was a boy. Oh. That was a lovely roly-poly. It's very dramatic. And back in the day when we thought Swazi was a boy, she had a snare. We managed to get the vet out, dart her, and get the snare off. And then, of course, I got to touch the hair. It was very soft. So I imagine, Yvonne, these boys are going to be silky smooth. They're just stunning. Their manes are not as full as I thought they would be, but one is definitely fuller than the other. And they're just very gorgeous looking boys. But they were born in late 2017, so towards the end of 2017. So I'm pretty sure that makes them 5, just going on 6. Or having just turned 6. I'm pretty sure that's correct. Richard! Green? I don't think so. Pure green? No. But that sort of yellowy green... I'm trying to think of the correct descriptive word for it. Yellowy green's gonna have to do right now. It's been a long month. Yes. But bright sort of lime green or emerald green, no, I haven't seen. But lion eye colour can be quite diverse across the board. I don't think as diverse as leopard eye colour, but you will see lions with different eye colours. Oh, look at this. Look at the size of that, though. I think this one's ready to get going. They are technically on Little Gowrie. They're on the boundary line, but they're sitting on Little Gowrie. So obviously, if they get up and start heading south, we lose them. But if they decide to cross north, then they're into Juma. Samantha, yeah, just a few exceptions. Minus the teeth, minus the claws. Very cuddly. Even without the teeth, those jaws. Pfft. Power of a male lion. But yes, just minus a few things. Dude, your brother is right there. This is the second sighting we've had of these boys where they don't seem to care much about personal space. There is water nearby as well. I wonder. Oh dear, it's toilet. Oh, it is toilet time. Yeah, toilet time this morning as well. Helen, you're asking, have I ever been sprayed by a big cat? Marking its territory. No, I haven't. I've never been in the position or that proximity to have been sprayed by a big cat. The vehicle... Not even the vehicle, actually. No. We obviously do spend time with these animals on foot, on bushwalk, but never the chance where they would actually send mark on me. Wow, that would be quite an experience. Let me just turn around. I'm all wrapped up and now the sun's come back out again. Why do you have to be like this, sun? Okay, I think we're going to jump ahead of this vehicle. He's on the move. The other one is not. Okay, there we go. Sorry, FC, I didn't make that comment out. We're in a bit of a tricky spot here. So for those of you who are not sure, we are looking at the Black Dam males. It's a coalition of 2 male lions, one who is wide awake, the other one who is still fast asleep. They're called the Black Dam males, originally from the Black Dam Pride, born in late 2017. I think that makes them either 5, about to go on to 6, or having just turned 6. A scent marking. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. He has officially crossed onto Juma. Oh, excellent. Would you look at that? Okay, let us reposition. I'm going to go all the way around and try and get a better view. Great trajectory, though, I must say. Cindy D, hello my friend. Yes, I was actually thinking the exact same thing. I would love to hear them roar. Normally it's getting much colder by this time, but for some reason the sun has just burst out and it actually feels very warm. You happy? Okay, I think we've got into a nice position. I would love to hear them roar. I think the last lion roar I heard was probably the Mahiwas in Madikwe. I'm talking right next to the vehicle. Obviously we hear it when we're in camp, but right next to the vehicle, I think it would have been the Mahiwas. Okay, I don't know how busy this lineup is, but we're going to try and stay as long as we can.
Hi, my name is Claire. WildEarth has been part of this home for many years as it connects us to the bush and the culture that we love and miss so much. I became an explorer so that other people around the world can get to experience the African bush in this unique way as well. I am beyond excited that I was drawn to win the prize at Ambakala Game Reserve for 3 nights. It is truly a dream come true.
Sign up today and you could be the one experiencing it for yourself.
4 or 5 big old buffalo bulls hiding in the foliage. We might need to probably just slightly move it around so we can get a clearer view, which we will do in a moment. Yeah, I reckon let's just move a little bit forward. We can get a better view. It's a nice, relatively open area, so won't necessarily have to do serious driving here. They are moving. Heading into thicker stuff now, big guy. Might have a gap when they move through this gap, yeah. There we go, they're going to pass that gap there. There we go. And this is the terrain where you don't want to meet them on foot, because it's going to be a close encounter. Typical bachelor group of buffalo. Stella wants to know what's the perfect terrain for buffalo herds. Lots and lots of grass, Stella. They move through woodlands, open grassland patches, grasslands, even foresty areas, thickets. As long as there are good quality and abundance of grass, that's where they are equally home in woodlands as they are in savannas. Very inquisitive. Wants to see what we are, what we're doing. And that stare, like I always say, like it's like they look at you as if you owe them money. Trying to figure out where the big herd has gone to. Logan is asking, why are some buffalo's horns misformed? Logan, what happens? Obviously, buffalo's got a certain shape horn that goes with any bovine. And as the horn grows, it's got a bony core which protrudes from the skull, and it's covered in the keratin cap, which are two separate components of the horn that grows simultaneously. But when they're still young, they could potentially have had an injury to the horn that could cause it to grow in a way that's not normal. It could also be genetic. In all animals, we do sometimes see genetic deviations. We see animals that are misformed. We see animals that have deformities. It happens. So sometimes genetics aren't to blame. But most often it's injury at a young age to the horn base. Nutrient deficiencies could also cause the horn to become weaker and to break easier. Right, our buffalo's running away. Quick, let's go over to Cedric.
Right, I'll just try to track this leopard down. We've got the leopard. I'm not too sure where it is. It's coming up to this spot here now. It's coming right up here. It might be more white. I've got a feeling it might be more white. Sorry, let's just go slowly. Got it. Are they? Oh no, it's not. It's not. Wait, let me go forward here. It looks like Clalamba. Yeah, it looks like Clalamba. Yeah, it looks like Clalamba. Yes. Yes. off. It paid off. Another leopard for the day. Oh, and it's Lalamba. Hello, my girl. Hello, my girl. Yes. It took a little bit of tracking to do, finding it, but there's a male leopard tracks coming this way. So Lalamba is now just coming. Oh, beautiful. Look at that sunlight. Alright, now we have to try and take a look, but her tummy doesn't look big, so it doesn't look like she's got suckle marks as well. So I'm not going to run to anything here now, but let's just see where she ends up going. And as I said, there is a male leopard track coming this way. And while we are looking in this area, because of those monkeys alarm calling, and I think she is just maybe going to pick up on the scent of that male very, very soon, because I must have just keeping an eye out here. But of course, this beautiful leopardess is Betty. Yes, hello to the Queen. How marvelous is it to see the Queen of Djuma, old Lalamba. Alright, let's go. Let's move forward. Yes! It was a lucky shot that we took here, and finding her here. Just thought of coming up on this funny little 2-track, and this 2-track paid off just perfectly. Alright, she's gonna go down. Oh, she's seeing something. You want me to? Let me go. Yeah, I almost thought she saw some other leopard there. Alright, let me quickly go around. Alright, she's coming up to Galligo Pan. So, of course, just behind our camp area. Oh, she's going to make it a mission. Hopefully she doesn't go directly into the camp. But she's going to sniff there, I think. Oh, no, she's going to scent mark. And off she goes now. Alright. Yeah. Alright, well, so this female, of course, if you don't know Lalamba is very much... Lalamba is pretty much our dominant female in Djuma. She pretty much controls at least about 3/4 of Djuma. And the other quarter is by another female called Shidulu. Okay, yes, Kara as well comes in a little bit, but I think more with that Lalamba. So 50, yes, 3 leopards today. We might make it even 4 if we can. Maybe this male leopard might pop out here somewhere. It looks like a big male leopard tracks that's coming down the road. Maybe Mulwati. I'm not too sure. Oh, look at that tail. She's just, ooh, she goes in there. It's like totsins. Let's go forward. I think if she goes in there, it's bye-bye, bye-bye for now. But yeah, her tummy looks very small. Or she might be going, what do you think, maybe having a drink there. Want me to go around that side, Odie? You're right there. Let's see if you've got a nice angle there. I don't think so. No. No. I think we can go right. Yeah, I can go there. Sorry, we're just trying to, Odie and myself, we're just discussing between the two of us on what's going to be the best possible position here, so we can get a nice view on her while she's drinking. I think that'll be the best so far. A little bit of water that's coming down here. A very thirsty girl. I think she's loving that water. That's like a little bit of a stream that's coming down here next to the main drainage line. Lonnie, at the leopard tail, one thing is also agitation. So if they see you on foot and they're going to give you a little bit of a mock charge and they're getting agitated, they flick the tail from side to side very quickly. As well as when they're walking, they're thinking a little bit on and taking interest in something, you'll find it actually kind of the little tip, the white tip starts moving from side to side like a little worm. Ooh, coming to how's it to Odie? Hello. Wow. As well as if they've got cubs, very important little toy for the cub. So if they've got cubs, you'll find that the mother will pretty much use the tail as a toy. So she'll kind of swing it from side to side and letting the little cubs hone in on their pouncing skills. And I love it when they do that. Absolutely love it. So slowly but surely, look at Lalamba she is coming on to 6 years old. So I think in the next 2 months she will be a good old ripe 6 years old. This female was born in 2017. So of course, to a beautiful mother, my favorite leopardess, Tandi, was her mom. Of course, Tandi, she died last year through natural injuries. And her father, Tingana, is a very proud male that used to roam this area. But now, of course, Lalamba has continued the bloodline on Djuma. Of course, it always came from Safari, her great-great-grandmother, Karula, her grandmother, and then, of course, Tandi, her mom. So nice to know that just that's one lineage that has been sitting here at Djuma for such a long time. Fantastic. Look at the tail. So just thinking, see, typical, that little tip. Isn't she gorgeous? Wondering, where should I go? It's Friday. It's Friday Day. Maybe she wants to come and share some braai meat with us this evening. I think she's thinking about it. Look at that. Isn't that a spectacular sighting? So clearly we were following up on male leopard and his alarm calling to find a female. A bit of a yawn. Top Cat, yeah, no, we are very lucky seeing these animals daily, Top Cat. And the thing is, it's not on a daily thing. Sometimes, we could go for 4, 5, 6 days without seeing a leopard. It does happen like that. I'm sure a lot of you do know the situations that are in a reserve. We don't have any control over it. So, but yeah, we are very fortunate that we can at least spend some time like this with leopards, lions, wild dogs, elephants, buffalo, all kinds. And that's why I always say, I'm very, grateful for what we have here and what I've got for myself to kind of spend this time with these animals. And on top of that is to show everybody at home or wherever you're watching, these magnificent African animals.
those sounds just go straight through you.
Seeing the beauty and wonder of the African bush, but don't have months available for an extensive learning program? Look no further than Eco Training's 7 or 14-day EcoQuest course. Designed for those who yearn for a taste of the wild, this immersive program will give you an in-depth understanding of the African bush in as little as 7 days. You'll be guided by expert trainers who will lead you through the various ecosystems of Africa and teach you essential bush skills. Over the course of the program, you'll learn about animal behavior, tracking, and identification, as well as the intricacies of conservation and African cultures. With the guidance of your trainers, you'll have the opportunity to witness wild animals up close and personal in their natural habitats. You'll also have the opportunity to make new friends and create lasting connections with people from all over the world who share your passion for the wild. This course is the perfect way to gain a deep understanding of the African bush, even if you have limited time. Join Eco Training's 7 or 14-day EcoQuest course. Further your journey as a true bush enthusiast today.
All right, well, we are still following Tlalamba. She's still just moving along the road here. And yes, if anybody has missed the question for the fan of the month, of course, this afternoon, I will repeat the question again. And as you know, the fan of the month, we're going to do one question per week. And then right at the end of the month, we will select the fan of the month if you get the questions right. But, ooh, she's looking at something. All right, so the question for this week, that's from the 1st of August to the 4th of August, this morning's drive. There was a fantastic sighting that Lauren was at during the week, and it involved this leopardess. She was up in a tree, relaxing, and then there were 2 hyenas that were mating at the bottom of the tree. Which hyenas were they? What are the names of those 2 hyenas? That is the question. If you want to post the answer, of course, just look at the post on our social media and go to the hashtag WildEarth fan of the week, fan of the month, and then you can post your answer there. All right, let's go. Let's follow Tlalamba. Yes. Right, she's taking us now. We're on Gallego Pan, a road of Gallego Pan, if you want to know. And we are heading towards Gallego Shortcut. Our camp is right here, just to the south of us. And that's exactly our location. She's going to maybe spray against here. Let's see. Oh, she might scent mark against this guarri bush. There we go. And turn around. She's going to maybe hug it. Turn around, spray. Shana, the leopards here in the Sabi Sands, we're very fortunate here in the Sabi Sands that our leopards are very used to the vehicles. Since as cubs, when they are cubs, when the female's got a cub, so our protocol here works this way. So if a female's got a cub or cubs, before 6 weeks old, we do not go to that sighting. We close that area down where the cubs are at a den site. We close that area down so the cubs can get used to mom and all that and give them that privacy. And then after 6 weeks, that's of course like about 2 months, right up to about 4 months old, we'll allow one vehicle in the sighting during the daytime with mom present. Then we only one vehicle at a time, but only for sometimes 10-15 minutes, and that's it, not at night time. Then right up to about 6 months, we'll have 2 vehicles in a sighting with mom being present only during the daytime. 8 months, we'll put 3 vehicles in. Mom doesn't have to be present at 8 months, and only after a year we are allowed to then view them at night time without mom being around. So due to that ethics and the code of conduct surrounding leopards and lions with their cubs, same as hyenas as well, we get very relaxed cats with the vehicles, because then they see this vehicle as a non-aggressive object, because they've been brought up like that, because we did not put that pressure on them. So they see us as a non-aggressive object, and then they become very relaxed. And sometimes, just like Tlalamba's great-great-grandmother, Safari, I remember back in the days when we used to follow Safari, she had one eye. When we used to follow at night time and she spotted some impalas, we would turn the lights off, of course, not giving her location, or the impala, blind impalas. You'll turn the lights off, we turn the vehicle off, and she'll go flat. As soon as somebody leaves that sighting and turns the vehicle on, Safari would get up and she would stalk up again quickly to those impalas and try and get closer to them, of course using the vehicle's noise to muffle her noise. And as well as spotlight. If we by accident spotlight an impala at night time, Safari would see that impala, knowing that impala would have been kind of blinded by the light, and she would actually go for that individual. So they adapt themselves so well to exactly to their surroundings and to what they've got here. That's one thing about a leopard. They know how to adapt. But they're not used to it. If I get out, it's a different story. If you stand up in a vehicle, you're going to get a reaction out of that animal, out of that cat. Then they're going to feel threatened. As soon as something feels threatened, then you're going to get a reaction. All right, let's move on. Miss Queenie is moving down the road. She's heading down to Vuyatela Access. Faye. Faye, we found her due to the monkey's alarm calling, but we found the leopard tracks on top of our vehicle tracks here at Gallego Pan. So I turned around and I followed the male leopard tracks going up a little 2-track, and just by chance I put my nose into the drainage line and I saw something move, and I saw her coming across the drainage line towards Gallego Pan. So yeah, Faye, it all worked out. It worked out perfecto. Wonderful. Alright. Okay, she's going to go up here. We might have to try and make another position. Let's see. Well, I'm going to stop here for now. Jared, we'll have to try and relocate here because there's a little bit of a dip here, so we might lose her for now. Oh, let's try and go up here, Odie. Maybe Jared will see what we're doing here. Alright, well, we're going to try and relocate. Let's head over to Lauren to see what's happening on her safari. Ooh.
We're hoping to get back in to see the black dam males, but unfortunately it is one of those things where it is a boundary line sighting. Why do the animals love the boundary lines? I don't know. It makes it very tricky. So it's really busy. Although one male came and sat on Juma, I mean it's about half a meter away from Juma, so he's still on the boundary line. I was hoping they would move further north and then we could stay with them right until the end, see where they go, see where they end up. But that hasn't happened yet. They're being very lazy today. So we're just scratching around the area. Langa's been found in the Mowati, not too far away from our southern boundary, Gowrie, Main. So she might cross. She also might not. Langa is one of our leopardesses who is just lovely petite little thing. Our little Miss Sunshine. So right now we're just on a search for anything else that we can find. Wesley, I would love to be able to answer that question, but again, I don't think I have that capacity to really answer if an animal is influenced or not. If an animal really is unhappy with being surrounded, they will just leave. So if they don't leave and they just sit there or sleep there or lie there, it's very difficult to say if they are influenced in any way. I don't think we have the sort of capabilities to say that. They may be lying there, but what they feel towards the vehicles, I really wouldn't know. Habituation is a funny word. I try to avoid sort of talking about it too much because when we do talk about it, we tend to talk about it from a human perspective. We are habituating that animal for our purpose. And that's not correct, I don't feel. I feel that because we are coexisting in the same area, coexisting is crucial to how it works here. You need to make sure that the animals become familiar with the vehicles for the animal's sake. You don't want the animal to react every time it sees a vehicle or to have a cortisol spike or to feel stressed or upset or influenced, as Wesley's sort of getting at. So sometimes I think we speak about habituation wrong. It shouldn't be for our benefit at all. It should be for theirs. This is their habitat, their realm. We are just visitors. We're just observers. We track, we follow, we find, but other than that, we're just here to observe. We're really not here to influence, but as Wesley mentioned, our presence may affect the animals, but in which way it's very, very difficult to say. We should be sort of getting the animals used to the vehicles so that they don't feel stressed or threatened or uncomfortable in any situation. Not for us. Come on, black dam males, move into Juma. Oh, dearie me. Okay, I'm gonna get on the radio and find out what's happening that side.
I'm not gonna be able to follow up too.
Do you love relaxing at a waterhole with the sights and sounds of Africa all around you? Well, we have some really exciting news for you. From August 1st, Africam is joining forces with WildEarth to bring the majesty of Africa right into your living room with 9 incredible new waterhole cameras from across South Africa and Kenya. Get ready to embark on a new journey. This is Live at the Waterhole.
I don't even know. She must be somewhere. Yeah, she's in front of us. Sweet. All right, we got it again. In a way. In a way. Is she gonna do this to me like last time? Yeah, she's there. Yeah, I'm just gonna go around. Rather think ahead here and try and get her coming towards us somewhere. Alright, she's coming down, she's still there. She's still there, alright. I'm gonna stop just here. Here she comes. Alright. Hello, my girl, what are you hearing here? What is this side, eh? Please don't take us into this drainage line. No. For us to get through here, it is... Well, she's tiptoeing now. Maybe she's hearing something. Almost like she doesn't want to break a branch or a twig or crunch a leaf under her feet. Alright, so she's still coming. Okay, she's going straight towards us now. And I think she's going to go. Odie and myself were in exact the same position a few weeks ago, where she took the exact the same route. Okay. Going behind it. I'm going to go towards that side. Okay. I think Odie. Yeah, Cameron, well, I'm going to try my best, as long as she behaves herself. Alright, let's quickly, Odie, before we're going to lose her, let me move rather. Odie's doing absolutely marvellous work once again behind the camera, just moving around like that, staying with her. It sometimes can be quite tricky. Just have to try and get somebody else in this. So this is where we lost the last time. We had to go that side.
we just off Gary Main.
Alright, so she's looking directly in that drainage now. She's listening out for something here. Something must be moving around here. You can see she's focused. But she's very good at giving us the Tundi slip. She's very good at that. Right. Let's move a little bit forward, yeah. Let's move forward. Let's see where she's going. Oh, Odie. La 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 la. Yeah. Let's just stop just, yeah. Oh, we've still got a nice view. She's still on the northern side of this drainage line. She's just listening out. Alright, well, we're going to still sit here and hopefully keep Tlalamba. Let's head over to Trish to see if she's got any luck with that leopard in Madikwe.
Of course Trish has not had any luck yet. This is probably like the last 10 minutes we can possibly spend here. Again, I don't mind spending it here, but I am really hoping that she will show herself now, because it's about time. And it's not just me who's been waiting here this whole time. All of you have been waiting here the whole time as well. Be nice if we had something to show for our efforts, besides just our very, very worn and used patience pants. Come on, girl. So the sun is about to set. I mean, it'll take another about 15 to get for the light to be lost enough for us to move. I'm sorry, Hungry Eyes. I didn't catch your comment, but Jarrett will help me and send it to me again. Okay, let me quickly send you over to Lauren.
Fascinating. The boys were just looking into Gwenstein. They were both right at the entrance of this old hyena den inspecting it. I think they're checking for warthog. But sadly now they've gone into the drainage line. However, I was here with Tlalamba the other day. Let me just go forward because, well, if they cross, there's a really easy route to see them on the other side. Where are you going, boys? I think they're crossing. Let's try. Imagine if there was a poor warthog in. Look at Gwenstein. It's just... oh. I don't think the hyena clan will be using this den again in a while. Ah, you crossed. I thought you guys were crossing. Matt, they've crossed over onto the other side of the drainage. Okay, here's one, and the other one's marching ahead. I don't know how long we'll have them for, but we will do our best to try and follow them. heading deep into Djuma. Isn't this great news? Oh, Sarah, you don't have to be nervous. They are just now, they've woke up. They're now exploring the land, possibly looking for something to hunt. Don't be nervous. It gets tricky for us now with the lack of light, but let's try our best and keep up with them. Oh, sorry, cat. Forgot I was in low range there. From what I know, they didn't vocalize, they just got going. Oh my goodness, boys, where are you taking us? Don't you want to just walk on the road? It's literally the exact spot I had Tlalamba the other day. To the T.
Yeah, I've come through the...
They're going
now,
a bit
come on,
deeper.
Rebecca's. I'm going to try my best inside here.
Mark, no, they don't necessarily always hunt together. It definitely makes a difference if they do. 2 is better than 1, it goes without saying. But if they separate to go on patrol separately, then they'll hunt alone. But remember, they don't always have to hunt the big things. They can also go for smaller animals. Impala. Maybe even a scrub hare will do. Steenbok, baker. But of course, a bigger animal is going to be a bigger meal for a big animal like that. So they will hunt together and then they will hunt separately. This is going to pop us out on a road soon. We might just be able to follow them. But if it gets too dark, I'm not the biggest fan of following animals in the dark, I'm afraid. So we'll just have to see where this goes. It's a little bit early for lights. They're doing sort of more damage than good. Okay, we will do our very best to try and relocate these black dam males for y'all.
Welcome to Africam, your window to Africa's wild spaces. Immerse yourself in the captivating sights and sounds of nature. With our high-definition cameras, you'll feel like you're right there, in the heart of the action, where every moment is a surprise waiting to unfold. Join our global community of wildlife enthusiasts as we witness nature's drama unfold in real time.
Still nice to stick with old Tlelamba. I don't know how we got through that this drainage line, but we made a plan. She's just enjoying a good old scratch and a groom. What are you going to do? Here, come south, that's it. Don't go to the drainage line. Ugh, you're such a clever girl. Thank you. I mustn't talk too soon. I think she's now, her way, direction now is going to end up on Rebecca's, 10 to 1, maybe head towards Treehouse Dam area. But you never know what happens on the way. Alright, let's move. It's going to be a little bit tough there. Let's see if we can get through here. I have to try and get another vehicle into the sighting. Once again, let's see if I can get this vehicle in now. A little bit easier.
We're still following our boys, but they're missioning. Might get a nice view of this one here, but they're really, really moving. If they continue, they probably are going to end up in the Mowati. But they've gone from 0 to 100, sleeping, and then now they're really on the move. Silently on the move. Luckily this is an easy block. It's a block I know really well from the Tandy days. Tandy used to love this block. Even when she had Maribs. It's always moving in this block. This is where we had Kalamba the other day. So it should be easy to follow them for a little bit. Maybe I've spoke too soon, but let's see.
Cedric, have you still got it?
Derek, they do, don't they? Kings of the jungle, and they know it. They really do walk like they own the place. It'd be nice to have them around on Djuma. I have to say, we're just skirting the very southern corner of Djuma right now. Oh, they're going back in another termite mound. They're hunting. They're trying to get warthog. They're sniffing every termite mound to see if they can smell warthog. The warthogs don't stand a chance. This is the third termite mound they've sniffed. Let's try and get a little bit closer. Can actually see better without those lights right now. Ursula! They can dig a little bit, but not dig the really hard sediment. They're going to be digging inside the hole to see if they can grasp a warthog. See if they can get the skin, get their claws on it, panic it enough. They might dig a little bit, but they're not going to get very far. And the termite mound that is that solid ground. But they'll definitely try and flush out a warthog, if they can smell one. And warthogs are very powerful, robust animals with tusks. 2 sets of them. So really, to be able to take down a warthog, they've got to know what they're doing. And of course these guys do. It's getting thicker here. They popped out into a nice clearing though. I'm very grateful for that. Sniffing furiously at the ground. Sorry, I've got my foot on my brake. It's really naughty. There we go. Apologies. Wild at heart. I had the Talamati breakaways last night. But the Talamatis, I don't know. I'm sorry. Not in the 4 weeks that I have been here. Maybe FC can tell me. I think they keep track of dates, but I don't know, I'm afraid. Not the Talamatis. I can tell you about the Talamati breakaways last night. That's about it. Just checking the difference my light makes. It's getting to that time. Here we have been complaining that we're not seeing enough cats. Now they're everywhere. Angela, it must be beyond our wildest dreams. I'm fascinated by the senses, as many of you will know, and I often think, just for one day, let me smell like another animal. Imagine. They're navigating their landscape here, not visually. They can see, yes. But these boys are navigating in the dark now. It's pretty dark, by using their sense of smell. And they're constantly listening out. Constantly listening. But they're navigating using their sense of smell. That's remarkable. We can't do that. I can't go, Cat, I'm going to take us home. Just let me smell our way. So Angela, I agree. Must be remarkable.
Chatting around the fire is an ancient practice that has connected humanity for centuries, and we want to keep it alive in our modern age. As an explorer, you'll have access to intimate gatherings with our naturalists, fascinating guests, and experts where we share knowledge, insights, and stories around a crackling fire. Rediscover the power of connection. Sign up to be an explorer today and experience the magic of WildEarth's Fireside Chats.
we just did all that bunda bashing for them to just come to the road and lie down, which is wonderful. I'm not complaining. But thank you, boys. You really took us on a journey. And it's clearly time for them to rest again. I believe the last time we had the Talamati Pride on Juma that we know of was around the 11th of June. I'm sorry, I'm not too up to date. I was gone from Juma for about 1.5 years, so I'm not too up to date with when animals were seen. But I do hope that answers your question. I wonder where they're going to end up. Where are you going to go, boys? I mean, it's hard to sit here and say an animal is ugly. You'll never hear me say that. But these boys are really good-looking boys. It'll be intriguing to see how the sort of dynamics with the lions play out here. A lot of lions. A lot of lion movement. But who's going to be the coalition that comes here to stay? Will it be you? Chris. My goodness, never had this question before. Please allow me to just think for a moment. I have to get this right. Man, I mean, there are so many senses that are so unfamiliar to us. Smell of an elephant, the hearing of an African wild dog, the echolocation abilities of a bat,
The eye of a tiger.
Kat said, he's a king of one-liners, by the way, sometimes just one word, but he said the eye of the tiger. I've got the eye of the tiger. Okay, moving on. Or even the electroreceptors of sharks. Imagine being in a liquid medium, breathing through liquid, extracting oxygen from water through gills, and detecting heartbeats all around you. Oof. That's not really going to help me, though, because I live on land. So, Chris, that's a really, really tough question. Because there are so many senses I would love to experience. Even bees. Bees see an ultraviolet light. I mean, the richness and the diversity of the... And even otherness, I know that's a really poor word to use, but the otherness of other species that we recognize but can't quite tap into is what makes them them. And I would love to experience it all, Chris. I know that's a bit of a bog standard answer, but I really would. It builds on what I study each day, the sort of phenomenology, the Umwelt. Such a big topic. And the more you sort of go down that rabbit hole, the more you think, wow. And even Thomas Nagel, he used lions as an example. He used these boys right in front of us as a perfect example by saying, when a lion roars at night, Cindy D wanted to hear them roar, so do I. But when they roar, these boys are not simply just uttering a sound. To us, it's a sound. because we don't really know what it means. So it's a wonderful sound. And when you ask a naturalist, what's your favorite sound of the bush, a lot of them will say a lion's roar or calling lions. It's a sound. But it's not just a sound to them. These guys are inhabiting what we might call, from our very limited perspective, a language where they are expressing their relation to their world in a way that we cannot follow, cannot fathom, can't even explain. It's not just a sound. But to us it is, if that makes sense. They're dominating, they're communicating, they're being territorial. They're contact calling, they're searching, all through vocalizing. But for us, it's just a sound. So Chris, that was a really good question, but wow, there are so many senses I would love to tap into. I used to once be a mermaid growing up. That also didn't happen. Oh, Chris, you don't want the eye of the tiger. No, you want the eyes of the chameleon. Well, I hear you on that one. Imagine being able to see two very different pictures from each eye, being able to process them at the same time and understand what is going on. Your brain can compute two very different images. So a chameleon can be looking with one eye on its breakfast, on a delicious locust, processing that. How is it going to hunt? What is the locust doing? Has the locust seen it? And then, oh, a termite mound. This is termite mound number 4. Okay, let's just quickly go round. And yes, the other eye, you're watching out for predators. And you can process both images rapidly at the one time. Remarkable. So that's a good one, Chris. Eye of the chameleon, not the tiger. Or what about the eyes of a mantis shrimp? Peacock mantis shrimp. You can see more colours than we could ever begin to imagine. The purples, the purples, and the thurples. Different types of purple. Ah, these boys are after warthog. My goodness, Quentin. One of my friends, a really good friend of mine, believes that we're just background noise. Because we've been here, and I don't mean me or WildEarth, I mean vehicles, since these animals have been cubs since they were born. They're so used to vehicles that they just sort of view, that's my head. Oh dear. Hello, there I am again. They just view it as just background noise. They don't pay attention to what we are or who we are once they become familiar with us. So just like we maybe don't pay attention to every single car that drives past us on a daily basis on a busy street, you don't. You're aware of the cars, but other than that, you don't care. She believes that that's how animals view us. There's not a sort of need to recognize us. We're not a threat. We're not trying to steal their food. We're definitely not trying to steal their ladies. We're not being sort of aggressive with them. So we're just background noise. We're just there. I think it's quite an interesting perspective. They can hear me for sure. They can definitely smell Wendy. I mean, Wendy's exhaust is actually embarrassing, but still I love her. They can feel our presence. But We don't exist in their umwelt. We don't feature. We are not part of what they focus on. There's my giant head again. Sorry, everyone. It's full of wisdom. I wish. But yeah, that's an interesting one, Quinton. I really would never have the answer, but I think that perspective's pretty close. We're not important to them. And off they go into a very thick block.
Hi, my name is Claire. WildEarth has been part of this home for many years as it connects us to the bush and the culture that we love and miss so much. I became an explorer so that other people around the world can get to experience the African bush in this unique way as well. I am beyond excited that I was drawn to win the prize at Ambakala Game Reserve for 3 nights. It is truly a dream come true.
Sign up today and you could be the one experiencing it for yourself.
Because while she's busy stalking these impalas, she's playing also the patient game. So she's just making sure that she can get close enough so she doesn't have to waste all this energy stalking, keeping silent. She's just kind of trying to work out what's the best approach to these impalas. And if she does come for these impalas now, it's going to be quick. It's just going to be chaos. The impala's going to go running in all directions, and yeah, I'm just hoping that we can pinpoint her movement. But this could happen now, or it could happen in an hour's time. It's very difficult to say. Patience. Got our patient pants on. And these impalas got no idea impalas have got no idea that there's a leopard that's just behind them. Oblivious. Just ruminating and keeping warm together. Oh, Dylan, the longest entire game drive, 3 hours. 3 hours. Tingana on a warthog on Arethusa. So yes, he sat there and he waited patiently from the beginning of the drive. He waited patiently for that warthog to come running out of the mound, and unfortunately there was about 6-7 vehicles that kind of, how can I say, went through that sighting with Tingana just waiting, and right at the end of the sighting, I didn't see it, but another colleague of mine got to witness Tingana jumping onto the warthog right at the end of the game drive and catching the warthog. So that was 3 hours, 3-hour game drive. So they got a lot of patience, loads. I've been with leopards hunting thousands of times, and it's usually quick, not quick. Some of them will take their time. It depends on the scenario, depends on wind, depends on the light, depends on how thick the vegetation is around them, how much cover they've got. So there's a lot of factors that really kind of is into the whole hunting, and how quickly are they going to get to that animal, how much patience are they going to take, you know. So there's a lot of different factors to it. Like this factor to me now is, you know, it's a little bit thick here. Well, not a little bit, it's quite thick here. Impalas are very much going to lie down. Even that male's going to lie down. Interesting. So she's going to wait just for all of them, and as well as sometimes you'll find an impala looking into her direction. If there's one individual that's looking into her direction where she's lying, she'll wait for that individual to turn around, start feeding, or turn and look the other way. And as soon as that happens, she'll kind of quickly leopard crawl a little bit closer. And as soon as another individual looks away, she'll go down again, low, and wait. So that's typical stealth. That is just amazing how they keep their eyes on each individual in that herd to make sure that no one's looking at me, looking into my direction. Sorry, Darren, you're trying to call. No stress. I don't want to go on that side. I'm just going to wait on Rebecca's. It's 100%. Thanks, man. Yeah, no, just telling the other guide quickly that I'm not going to go crashing through the bushes to get to her again. I'm going to rather leave her and give her that space and that time to get closer to these impalas.
Those sounds just go straight through you.
I'm gonna have to leave here. These guys are not happy. Just checking them aside, they be okay. The thing is, these guys are sparring, and then what happens if the one lose? The other one will will take it out on us, you know? Elephants do that. I just had to be firm with them. Oh, no, there's more elephants. Okay. Right. Another elephant up in front. Right. Just seem to have an issue with our IR beam. Check what's happening here. A whole bunch. These elephants are actually okay. It's just those two. When they fight like that, it's not serious fighting, but the loser will definitely try and take it out on something. You have to be firm with him. You have to just tell them.
Our black dam males went into a very thick block. My goodness, there was no way we would get in. No, actually, that's a lie. We'd probably get in. We just never get out. But what an evening. I'm so glad they crossed onto Juma. I'm so glad we got to spend time with them. It's been an action-filled day all round, and at least we know Junebug's okay. I saw some comments. I know some people were worried. He's okay. He's more than okay. He's with his mama. Chris and Quinton and Wesley, you've all got me thinking now about St. C's, and I'm going to go back and just ponder all of this stuff now. That's what I do. It's a remarkable world we have. It's an immense world, in the words of Ed Young. And it's so immense that we can appreciate it, but we'll never understand it. And I think that's how we should teach our future generations. When we teach ecology and we teach them about the natural world, it's important not to go down the A plus B plus C equals D route. It's important to understand the poetic nature of where we are and how fluid everything is and how dynamic everything is. That's what's important to teach our younger generation, I think. Hungry eyes. My goodness. Now you got me thinking about food. The African bush is peaceful and very recharging. Any nature space is though. And if you're not from South Africa or anywhere in Africa, look around you. Look at your own natural spaces. They may not be truly wilderness, as that definition has sort of changed a lot over the years. What we call wilderness is not really true wilderness anymore, but take a look around you. There'll be beauty in everything, in the parks and the lakes and the forest, maybe a mountain, maybe a hill, maybe just a small patch of greenery. I think we all learned that from the pandemic, that how much a lot of people missed nature is healing. Every day I run around quarantine. One, because I love to run, not very good at it, but I love it. And two, I just love to be out. It's where I can breathe, I can think. So yes, the African bush is amazing, but wherever you are, just take a look around. Even the beach, there'll be something amazing. There may not be lions and elephants, but that's okay. There will be other animals. They're just as important. Sorry, I was so busy looking for an owl there that I got distracted. I missed that comment from Candace. One more time, Jared. I'm really trying to find an owl. We're not seeing enough of them. Oh, Candace, you're so welcome. My segments always get you thinking. Good. That's what I want, Candace. That's my aim. Just to talk about things a little bit differently. Some days are better than others, but thank you, Candace. I appreciate that. Okay, last minute something. Might not be a leopard or a lion, but a something. Okay, as I try to find that something, let's go over to Cedric and his impala.
Lauren, I'm crossing fingers. I'm sure you're going to bump into something very soon. Well, we are still sitting here with these beautiful antelope, the impalas. A whole lot of them, still just standing around and not moving too much. And the other vehicle has pulled out now, and he just gave me a heads up that Tlilamba, that female leopard, is just in the background where that big bush is behind the impalas. She's maybe about 10 meters behind that bush. So as I said, I'm not going to go in there and go looking for her because I don't want to go and spoil anything. Not the idea. Rather give her that space as well as for the impalas, both ways. But it would be fantastic just to see her up in a tree with a kill tomorrow morning, wouldn't it? I would love it. I'll be very happy. Not for the impala side of things, of course, no, but just for her, that she can get a nice meal. It looks like she needs a bit of a meal. So thinking about now on this cycle, I've seen Tlilamba 1, 2, 3, 4 times. Oh, sorry about that. Thank you, bye. 4 times the cycle I saw Tlilamba, pretty much exactly where we are now. Amazing. Looks like the lucky road. The lucky road. Well, then again, we found Tlilamba north of our camp, so I wouldn't say I found her yet. But I got the feeling those monkeys are shouting at a male leopard. I maybe all my rips and went past that side. Arnold, they will stay there as long as they aren't bothered by anything. They're not going to move too much. They don't want to make a noise. They don't want to go and rustle through the grass and attract any predators. Rather, just let's stand still. Let's stand still. Let's ruminate and listen out. That's the idea for the night. You can imagine if they're now feeding, if they're moving through the grass, you know, brushing against the trees or the leaves and making a noise. Well, you know, there's going to be the predators. Hey, what, there's something moving through the bush, you know. So if I was impala, that's exactly what I'll do. Just rather just stay together, keep quiet, listen out, keep those ears up. As you can see, all of those ears are high up and eyes are open. One's looking our way, one's looking to the east, one's to the north, to the west. That's exactly how they'll stay safe. And that's why we always say safety in numbers. You can imagine if you're by yourself now, there. One impala by itself. Now what do? You can't look at all directions. You are going to be nervous. You are going to have a very sleepless night. Gary, yes, you're welcome. Good luck to these impalas. I must holding thumbs that and crossing fingers that some of them or most of them survive, and maybe one of them is lying and sleeping in a tree tomorrow morning. So yes, let's see. And good luck on Tlilamba as well. Just remember, that's nature. She needs to eat. So yes, but it's been a fantastic afternoon. It has been brilliant. Buffaloes, elephants, lions, hyenas, tlalamba, there's leopardess. So it has just been all an exciting afternoon. So yeah, I enjoyed it thoroughly. It's one of those days where a 4-hour game drive for me this afternoon felt like it was 4 minutes. It went so quick, so quick. But yeah, it's been a pleasure having everybody once again joining us. Sorry, just want to click see. Looks like our presenter light has decided to stop working. Well, Odie made a plan. He's using his torch, which is very bright. Well done, Odie. But yeah, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon, and thanks so much for the comments and all the questions that everybody has sent through to us today. It has kept us on our toes. But let's I hear some rustling there. Let's go back there. Sorry, I don't want to miss an opportunity. Just now we get back there and there's a leopard on top of Impala. But yeah, make sure that you do join us again tomorrow morning on our sunrise safari. I'm sure that there's going to be some more amazing sightings, some amazing action-packed animal interaction. And I'm very excited for it tomorrow morning. I can't wait. It's going to be one of those nights I'm going to lie in bed and I'm going to be tossing and turning and thinking to myself, come on, time, I need to get out there on that safari. But yes, of course, from these impalas that you see in the screen, and of course tlalamba in the background somewhere, and from Odie and myself and the rest of the WildEarth team, have a wonderful evening. Thanks. Good night.
Live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.